Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the January 22nd planning session of the Levittown Board of Education. May I please have a motion to convene the meeting? James, do I have a second? Phyllis, all in favor? 4-0. May I now have a motion to move into executive session for the purpose of discussing negotiations? Mary Ann, second. Phyllis, all in favor? 4-0. Thank you. We will return at 7:30. Please note that we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance when we return to open the planning session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the January 22nd planning session of the Levittown Board of Education. May I have a motion to reconvene the meeting? Mary Ann, second. James, all in favor? 4-0. I'd like to ask everybody to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we please have a moment of silence to remember all those serving our country at home and overseas? Thank you. Please note that Peggy Marengi and Michael Pappas are excused from this meeting. I'm now going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Winch.
Thank you, President Messina. My apologies for our slight delay. It is all my fault, so don't hold it against the board. But we are very, very excited to have a student academic presentation tonight from Lee Road Elementary School. I'm going to ask Ms. Ansbach, would you like the board to go into the audience? Okay, so if everybody at the dais can go and find seats or stand towards the back. And then at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the principal of Lee Road Elementary School, Ms. Jamie Ansbach.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for coming out tonight to support Lee Road students and staff. We are extremely excited, I don't know if you could tell, to be here tonight. And I believe everybody looks wonderful, but I think they forgot what time period it is. Huh? I don't know. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Board of Education and Central Office for their unwavering support, which truly makes our schools exceptional. Thank you to Mr. Pat Burke. Where are you, Mr. Pat Burke? Yep, right back here. Our Director of Social Studies and Michelle Kelly, Director of Elementary Education, for their continuous help and guidance with our social studies work. We could not wait to come here today to show you our new Nassau BOCES regional social studies curriculum. We have changed from the Putnam County BOCES curriculum for our grades 3 through 5. And we wanted to show you how much it has really engaged our students. So not only does this curriculum align seamlessly with the Levittown School District's Portrait of a Graduate, but it also has many, many key benefits. First and foremost, the student engagement and eagerness to learn more and ask more questions due to the engaging lessons is nothing short of amazing. While walking through the classes, the students are heard discussing topics of study with each other. And also, when I ask them questions, they are eager to tell me exactly what they're learning. And with such enthusiasm and spirit, they just absolutely love the social studies curriculum. Right, boys and girls? How much do you love social studies? Yeah, I know. So again, some of the key differences between the Putnam County and the Nassau BOCES curriculum is the technology integration with the Nassau BOCES curriculum. It enhances student engagement through the platforms like Google Classroom, which definitely helps share the content with the students. It's very seamless and easy. It also provides the students the opportunity to access the material whenever they need to at their own pace. They also prioritize regional relevance, which we think is so fantastic. Students connect with Long Island's history, making lessons more meaningful and encouraging the exploration of their community's role in broader historical contexts, which sets it apart from Putnam County, which we used previously, as it was more generalized. And coming soon, we are so eager. The NASA BOCES Video Conferencing Center and Outdoor Education Department will provide a hands-on experience tailored to each unit, so we can't wait for that. The students and teachers here tonight will show their excitement for the NASA BOCES curriculum, as well as highlight the portrait of a graduate, as always in our minds of our teachers, even as young as our elementary students. By exploring diverse perspectives and engaging in these critical discussions, sorry, boys and girls, at my 20 font. Students are equipped with essential skills for navigating societal complexities. So before introducing the teachers, I want to make sure that I thank Ms. Thompson, our art teacher, who helped us with our portraits and our fish, which you will see soon. I also wanted to let you know that one of our students is feeling under the weather, Mr. JJ, and he didn't want to miss it because he loves social studies. So we were able to get his video, and I know he's live streaming at home. We didn't want to, miss out on him being here. So he really is here with us, just not here in a chair. But he is here listening to us live stream, which is very important for us. So we miss you, JJ, and we know that you are watching at home. I would like to introduce to you our two outstanding fourth grade teachers, Miss Emily Dunbar and Miss Hannah Sullivan. They are going to showcase their students and the excitement that we cultivate through the social studies curriculum.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We're so excited to introduce a new chapter in our learning journey using the NASA BOCES Social Studies program. This innovative program brings history to life. It focuses on student collaboration, movement, and hands-on research. Our students have been diving into the exciting world of colonial times. They've been exploring how communities were built, how challenges were faced, and the decisions that were made that shaped the future of the American colonies. We've had the opportunity to learn about how New York State has played an important role in our nation's history.
As part of this program, we're integrating the principles of a portrait of a graduate. Our students are learning to think critically and solve problems like early settlers, communicate effectively as leaders and team members, and engage civically by understanding how decisions impact a community. They've also been building resilience and adaptability, qualities that shaped our nation, and practicing ethical and empathetic behavior by putting themselves in the shoes from people of the past. We're thrilled to share their hard work and discoveries with you today.
Welcome to our social studies presentation, where we will take a trip back in time.
Our fourth grade classes have been working hard to investigate what life was like in the colonial times.
Life surely was different in the 1700s than it was today.
We've prepared you for an interactive museum walk showing you artifacts and presenting monologues so we can teach you all about how different life was. The roles we are portraying were influenced by society norms and the economic needs of the community. You're going to learn about and question historical gender roles and labor expectations of the colonists. Engaging in this project helped us foster a deeper appreciation for the diverse experiences of people in history. Now you're all ready. Let's get that time machine revved up so you can all learn about daily life in colonial times. Good morning. My name's Landon. I'm a man living in the colonies. We're farmers here in the colonies. It's not easy life. When the sun rises, I'm already awake. There's work to be done and no time to waste. Back in the colonial times, we didn't have stores around the corner like you do today. We had to grow most of our own food, build our own homes, make our own clothes, and fix everything ourselves. When I'm not farming, I'm out hunting or fishing. That's how we get our meat. Other times, I'll be in the woods with an axe, chopping trees to make firewood or build fences to keep warm in the winter. The man in colonial times demonstrates how critical thinking and problem solving help overcome challenges and assesses complex situations. Students use these skills to tackle academic tasks, resolve conflicts, and navigate challenges inside and outside the classroom. Hello, my name is Emma, and I'm a woman from colonial times. I live in the colonies with my husband, children, and our animals. My day starts early, before the sun even rises. I light the fire and prepare breakfast. Without modern kitchen supplies, everything is done from scratch. I bake bread, make butter, and make sure there's enough milk for the family. I help the children dress and start their chores. I also spend time in the garden tending to vegetables. In addition to that, I make all the clothes for the family. It's a lot of work, but it's what we do to keep our family going. Evenings are for gathering together as a family. We eat, share stories, and relax after the day's work. The men might do the farming or the building, but the women are the ones who keep the house running, raise the children, and make sure everyone has what they need. Women in colonial times relate to being resilient and adaptable, as they had to gain a sense of understanding of their many roles and overcoming challenges while creating a tight-knit community to depend on each other. They had to overcome setbacks, such as how we as students have to be resilient when faced with challenges in the classroom. Take a look at these portraits. They'll show you what men and women wore a long, long time ago in the colonial days.
That's right. Imagine what life was like back then. Pretty neat, huh? Well, hi there. I'm Dolly the blacksmith. I spend my days here in the shop, hammering metal and making all sorts of things folks need. Everything starts with the forge, the fire that heats the metal red hot. Then with the hammer and a lot of effort, I shape it. It's tough work. The fire burns at over 1,000 degrees, and you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. Sure, I make plenty of horseshoes. Every farm needs them. But I also craft tools to help so folks can work their lands and repair busted wagon wheels from rough roads. This job isn't easy, but it's honest. My father taught me when I was young, and now I'm teaching my own children. The jobs in colonial times relates to problem solving and having a sense of duty, as blacksmiths had to think about how to handle complex situations. Students demonstrate a sense of duty by taking responsibility for their learning, completing assignments on time, and contributing positively to the school community.
Greetings. You've come to see a cobbler, have you? Well, you're in the right place. Back in these times, shoes aren't something you just buy at a store. I make them with my own two hands. Shoes are made to last because people walk everywhere, on dusty roads, muddy fields, or even cobbled streets. Without good shoes, feet can get hurt, and that makes it really hard to work. I also fix shoes. See the worn out pair? The heel's worn down from walking, but I could fix it. Patch the soles and make them look brand new. As a cobbler, we don't only make new shoes, we keep the old ones going strong. I make boots too, especially for the farmers and soldiers. They're warm and tough, but take lots of time to make. Being a cobbler connects to understanding communication, which is a way to form personal relationships, engage civically, and communicate what their role is in society. To connect it to students, we speak thoughtfully with purpose in the classroom environment. Take a look at occupation posters to see the many jobs that kept our colony running strong. After the presentation, be sure to step over and take a look at each shoes I've created, each one made with care and skill. Hello, I'm Mari. Are you curious about what life was like for a girl like me? Well, it's busy. In the mornings, I help Mama with the house. We sweep, make beds, and gather eggs from the chickens. Sometimes I help cook bread or stew, make soap, or spin wool. We don't have fancy stores, so we make most things ourselves. Laundry, we scrub the clothes in tubs, then hang them out on the line to dry. Outside, I work in the garden, growing beans, carrots, and cabbage. We all pitch in, and what we grow feeds us. Trips to the market are rare. I don't get to go to school like the boys, but Mama and Papa teach me what I need to know. In the evenings, when chores are done, we gather as a family for stories or games. It's my favorite time. Sometimes I dream of faraway places across the ocean or beyond the 13 colonies. Being a girl in colonial times relates to being resilient and adaptable. They had to not give up, deal with society issues, and personal setbacks. However, they grew from it. Much like being a student, when faced with challenges, we continue to move forward and grow.
there, I'm Jake. Curious about what life is like for a boy like me in the colonies? Well, it's a mix of hard work and a bit of fun. I live in a small village with my family. Every day starts early with the rooster crowing. Before breakfast, I feed the chickens, gather eggs, or sometimes help Pablo with the horses. After morning chores, I head to school while my sister stays home to help Mama. Our school is small and not everyone in town is allowed to go. One of our main tools is the hornbook. It's a wooden board with paper covered by a sheet of animal horn. It has the alphabet, numbers, and sometimes even a prayer to help us learn. Done, my friends and I run down to the creek or play games in the yard. Sometimes we pretend we're soldiers from the war, and I like to have a little fun too. The colonial boy represents civic responsibility and fairness because not everyone is able to go to school, and boys had to make a decision if they would fight in the war for freedom. This relates to being a student because we learn to treat others with respect, share opportunities equally, and consider different perspectives.
Look here, everyone. This is my hornbook. It helps me learn my letters and prayers every day.
Hello, friend. It's good to see you today. I'm a Quaker, part of the Religious Society of Friends. Our beliefs may be different from others in the colonies, so let me share what it means to be a Quaker. We live simply, dressing plainly in plain hats, dresses, and shoes. No bright colors or fine silks for us. What matters is the heart, not the outward appearance. Peace is central to our lives. We don't fight in wars or use violence. Instead, we seek peaceful solutions to problems and believe all people should live in harmony. Some find this strange, but we hold firmly that peace is the best way to live. We share what we have, helping the hungry and caring for the sick. Kindness and love for all at the core of our lives. But by living simply, peacefully, and honestly, we know we are doing what is right. Being a Quaker relates to being civically engaged as they preach kindness, helping others, creating a sense of community, while showing respect for diverse cultures. This is much like as a student, we participate in activities like student council, volunteer in their communities, discuss current events, or take action on issues they care about, demonstrating responsibility and a commitment to making a positive impact.
Greetings. I am a Puritan, living here in the New England colonies. Our lives are centered on faith, following His laws with devotion. We value hard work, prayer, and simplicity, avoiding wealth or worldly distractions. Each day begins with prayer, giving thanks, and seeking strength for our duties. From sunrise to sunset, we work tending crops, preparing food, or building homes. Hard work honors our faith and keeps our community strong. In my life, you'll find devotion, hard work, and purpose. Everything we do, whether farming, teaching, or praying, is for Him and the strength of our community. This relates to ethical and empathetic citizens, showing how others can be understanding of others and their beliefs. As a student, we show empathy to our peers and make ethical decisions in our own lives, such as what we do if we see cheating on a test.
What a new sight this world is. My name is Frankie, and my family and I arrived here not long ago. The 66-day journey here was rough. Stormy seas, illness, and tiny space. But we pressed on, dreaming of worshiping freely. When we arrived, I thought our troubles were over. But life here is hard. The winters are bitterly cold, food was scarce at first, and we struggled to grow crops. Thankfully, the native people taught us how to plant corn, bean, and squash. Without them, and they even showed us how to hunt and fish. Without them, many of us wouldn't have survived. This is an example of civil engagement as it shows two different groups coming together to communicate and help each other out, such as how students should do in the classroom environment. After this, be sure to take a peek at our diorama. It shows what life was like in our colonial days.
Yes. See how we spent our days from hard work to quiet moments of reflection.
Take a look and step back in time to see how we lived, worked, and came together as a community.
Board of Education President Miss Messina, would you rather wear clothing from the colonial period or clothing from modern day?
Mr. Wunsch, now that you've learned all about the jobs, roles, and responsibilities of people in the colonial times, which would you like to have?
Great job, boys and girls. As you can see, they also learned how to memorize as well as look down at their, which is very difficult, look down at their card when they lose their space. These are all parts of things that we, definitely teach and, want them to learn as they get through school, as we do many speeches and presentations as we get older. So thank you, boys and girls. Thank you, families, for joining us tonight and helping us through this wonderful journey.
That really was phenomenal. It really was actually incredible. Watch, I didn't know I'd be quizzed though. I was a little nervous there to pick the right profession. Yeah, I mean, Ms. Ansbach was in the first class I taught over at Division Avenue. I taught social studies, so she chose the right subject to present tonight. So kudos to you on purpose. But what a fantastic job of all of you. Not only, obviously, the depth of which you've gone to express what you're learning, but also to connect it to the Portrait of a Graduate in the school district and about how what you're learning really does make a difference. Because a lot of times, even when I taught, as you may remember, students a lot of times couldn't figure out why we were learning what we were learning. And you expressed it so well, better than I did. So congratulations on a phenomenal job of presenting this to our Board of Education as well as our entire community. So one more round of applause for our students and staff. And I know you want everybody to kind of come up and take a look, but we do want a photo. Could the Board of Education just come up and maybe we can kind of get behind where the students are? Mr. Burke, you're going to have to come up as well, and you'll have to get in the photo too, as well as the teachers. Don't step on any of the dioramas or the projects or... Can you take the photo? You have the camera, right? Yeah. How unbelievable, right? Isn't that nice? Yeah, curriculum looks great. Good work. Very nice, Pat. Very nice. Yeah. All right, we're going to stay here for just a couple of minutes. Let the parents, any parents want to take a photo, go into the middle. So when people are done, just move, and that way anybody else can take. We'll stay for a few minutes. Anyone else want to come up for their photo? Okay. Congratulations. If anybody wants to come on up and take a look at the projects that they have up here, we'll take a break for a moment for people to kind of take a look. Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your support in regards to social studies curriculum, and to Nassau BOCES for their support. Good. So we are going to start to move on with the rest of the meeting. It is a fun budget meeting. If anybody wants to stay, more than happy, more than welcome. It's good fun, right? Everybody leaves. Budget, they leave. What's that about? Something I said? Thank you again, everybody. What a phenomenal presentation. Fancy. Yeah. Okay, we are now going to move on to the next part of our evening, which is some budget presentations. So at this point, I am going to turn it on over to Mr. Fabiano for the next draft of our budget presentation. Mr. Fabiano.
Thank you, Superintendent Winch. Yes, so just yesterday, we'll talk a little bit about it. The governor released her proposed budget, and so we have the preliminary state aid numbers. But let's just run through the process as we do for each budget presentation. We move now to January 22nd, and tonight we are scheduled for our second update as well as a presentation by Dewana Reeves for our Transportation Department budget. At our next meeting, we will incorporate the governor's proposed numbers into our outlook for all other revenues, as well as a preliminary look at the tax cap calculation. Everything else remains the same. Most of the information that we need to complete the tax cap calculation is still pending, but we hope to wrap that all up by the end of the month and be able to give you an indication at that February 5th meeting. The budget includes funding for all existing programs. No cuts have been made at this point to anything that existed this year, and we're hoping we can get through the process and have that remain the same. So during the last 2 weeks since our last budget iteration, we've been able to pare back the budget by a little over $900,000. So we still have a ways to go, but we'll know better how much further we have to go once the revenue numbers settle in. So at this point, I just will comment briefly on the state aid package that we have seen so far. Overall, the governor proposed a $1.7 billion increase statewide to state aid, an increase of 4.8%. Foundation aid statewide is up by 5.8%. There appears to be a floor on foundation aid increases. That floor proposed by the governor is 2%, which is a little bit contrary to some of the information we got at the end of last year, where there was a potential for a phase-in for hold harmless provision. Here in Levittown, our foundation aid increase is a little over 9%. So we did better than the state average, and certainly better than the 2% minimum. So that will help with balancing the budget. Again, more on that at our next meeting. So if there are any questions, I would field them now. In the meantime, we're going to hear from Dewana Reeves, our supervisor of transportation, as she presents the transportation budget. Yes, Mr. Moran.
Yeah, you're telling us about the percentages, increases and whatnot. Can you just put like it doesn't have to be exact, a dollar amount with the numbers that we're dealing with currently for our proposed budget?
Yeah, so Yes, certainly. Right now, we are receiving, this year, we programmed in about $80 million in state aid. That increase would probably amount overall to about almost $6 million. So, again, we were cautiously optimistic that we would get a little bit over the rate of inflation, or 2%, and so we did better than that. So I think where we are with the governor's proposal puts us in a good place, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And like I said, we'll have a better target of where we need to get to at the February 5th presentation.
And as Ms. Reeves approaches the table here, just a couple of comments. I did have a joint superintendent's meeting with Nassau and Suffolk superintendents this morning. And, like Mr. Fabiano mentioned, the governor's proposal was a little bit different in a good way than what everyone was expecting based upon everything that was said before the presentation of her proposal. And so it was I think everybody was a little bit surprised. But we'll take good surprises every once in a while. Just as a comment, at the meeting, districts across the island were, praising the fact that state aid was better than anticipated, but did just caution that as much as the state aid increases are good, the costs that we're experiencing with both transportation and with special education far outstrip the increases in state aid. So, like as an example, and I know Mrs. Reeves will talk about this, and I've already shared it with you, where BOCES transportation costs are going up 30% this upcoming year. I know it was one of the other superintendents from a neighboring district that contracts out all of their transportation, that their contracted routes are also going up 30% besides the ones by BOCES, and so private contracting. So what they were sharing was that letting the state know that these costs that we're experiencing, we've done a very good job, I think, districts, of managing the cost of inflation and not passing along 8% CPI to communities in the way that we budget, the way that we utilize our reserves and things like that. And as much as healthcare isn't a driver this year, we're still experiencing tremendous increases in transportation and special education that really do go beyond what we're able to increase, whether it's through taxation or through aid. And so that's why I want to just caution that while it's, we're used to just bad news all the time, the state aid numbers is a little bit of good news. It's just not like, oh, okay, we have that money now, things are good. It's just that, Mr. Fabiano mentioned that right now the budget does not have any cuts in it. It is unlikely that we will, finish this process without not having to impact some programs, simply because the rate of cost increases is outstripping our ability to cover them without either consistently applying more and more reserves, which then gets you into kind of the snowball effect where you can't get around that, or to apply reserves but at the same time trim costs where possible. And so we continue to do that. We did it last year. We're going to do it this year. But it is likely that, as the years go on, there will be some trimming that will have to take place in order to balance the budget. Without any further ado, though, I turn it over to Ms. Reeves.
Oh, I'm a former varsity cheerleading coach. I feel like my voice carries sometimes.
It will not carry to the homes where people are watching this, though. So usually my wife is one of them, so I want to make sure that she hears everything you say.
As Superintendent Winch stated, that I have the pleasure of presenting the transportation budget for the 25-26 school year. I can't believe we're already halfway through the school year already. And before we know it, it will be June, and we'll be celebrating all of the wonderful graduations of the students of Levittown Public Schools. So our mission statement for transportation is to provide safe and reliable and efficient transportation services that, of course, support the educational and extracurricular needs of our students and staff, daily commuting through midday trips, after school athletics, special events. Of course, our priority is always to ensure that everyone arrives at their destination safely, on time, and we're committed to excellence in service, proactive problem solving, and continuous improvement, addressing challenges such as driver shortage, as we are aware, the increase in contractual costs, as Superintendent Wentz just briefly mentioned, and adapting to the advancements in the transportation industry, and fostering a culture of safety, accountability, and innovation throughout the Levittown Public Schools. So at the present time, of course, the transportation staff includes a supervisor, 3 office staff, 2 dispatchers. We have the lovely privilege of hiring an assistant supervisor of transportation. Our safety trainer, Kathy Corris, is going to be retiring in several months, and we're definitely sad to see her go. She's been here for 20 years, and she's looking forward to the next chapter in her life, and we are definitely going to miss her expertise and her input that she provides to the transportation department, but also eager to move forward with an assistant supervisor of transportation to be able to, increase the efficiency of the department. Right now, we have 42 drivers and 19 bus attendants. Right here is a table and an overview of the transportation routes that we have throughout Levittown District that has fulfilled the transportation from the 23-24 school year and the current 24-25 school year. The last column depicts the variance of the 2 years, whether it was increasing bus routes or decreasing bus routes or staying at the same. Of course, as you are aware, enrollment does change and fluctuate from year to year based upon the students that are eligible for transportation, and that's what that variance shows. Next, we have another table that indicates the number of students that are transported with Levittown Public Schools based upon the district's mileage criteria. And it is a comparison to what Levittown facilitates with our own staffing in comparison to the contractors. For the elementary schools, Levittown is facilitating over 1,200 students in transportation in comparison to the contractor doing less than 200. For the middle schools, Levittown transporting over 1,600 kids and the contractors transporting less than 200. And for all extra transportation as far as the private and parochial special education students, BOCES, special education, and the vocational programs, Levittown is transporting 288 students as in comparison to the contractors doing almost 600 students. Typically, of course, in this particular area, these are schools that are outside of Levittown Public Schools that we don't have the ability to maximize our routing in order to be able to transport the students and still facilitate transportation in district.
Can I ask a question about the BOCES Barry Tech? So do we pay BOCES for the transportation for the students that go from our school district to Barry Tech, or does BOCES, who pays for that?
We do. We pay for the transportation. Levittown facilitates the GC Tech transportation with our own drivers, but as far as, like I said, anything that is further outside of the district, we try to facilitate contracted transportation, and BOCES would be one of them, yes.
And just as I mentioned, because you brought it up, so those are some of the routes that are going up 30%, but also BOCES is making a change next year to the way that they do the pickups for those students, because right now BOCES is doing corner stops, really just for our district, correct? It was something that came up at the beginning of this year,
Right.
where they wanted to change it at the beginning of this year. Mrs. Reeves fought hard against a change because it would have been like right at the start of the year. Because they want to do more consolidated stops. They don't want to do corner stops. They want to reduce the number of routes they have because they themselves are having issues with transportation. So we will be reaching out to all the students that are registered for Barry Tech or Long Island School for the Arts for next year, because we do want everybody to know that, listen, if you're signing up for these programs, you may have to walk further to your stop, because what they'll do is they'll do centralized stops, meaning that like 2 or 3 stops for Division and 2 or 3 stops for MacArthur. So what that means is similar to how it generally works for GC Tech. Many students have to go to either Northside or Division to get picked up to go to GC Tech. Some do get corner stops. But you would have to then get to either Northside or Division in order to get the BOCES bus to Barry Tech or to Long Island School for the Arts. For GC Tech, because we're the ones providing the transportation, there is no change to what we're doing. But we will be sending out that notification to parents about that fact, just in case they want to make a change to what program their kids are in. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Superintendent Winch, Levittown takes pride in the ability to route our own students. We never give the student information to a contractor and allow them to route our kids. Except for if you have those one-off where you have 2 kids going and we're sharing transportation with other districts. But when it comes down to busloads of students, we route our students. So that's why they get corner stops in order to facilitate their transportation. BOCES was in a predicament where they obtained a new contract with a new contractor, and the pricing of that contract that they have to pay is higher, which hence the 30% increase in transportation. But also with that, based upon the bid specification, it indicates that they would only provide shuttles. Come to find out, in speaking with BOCES staff, is that they never really implemented that before, even though it said it in the bid specifications. But because of the driver shortages, they decided, well, now we're going to stick to the verbiage, and we're going to institute us providing less service than Levittown is accustomed to. Other districts that do not have their own transportation, they do centralized pickups anyway, so it doesn't drastically affect them, or they just give the student information to BOCES and says, route our kids, whatever stops you give them, we're perfectly okay with. But that, doesn't stand for Levittown Public Schools. So it is going to be a change in the transportation for the students, and, the letter that we send out to the parents, hopefully they'll, be compliant with what we have to provide, what transportation services we have available to offer for them. Of course. Our fleet summary. So, of course, this chart depicts the transportation fleet summary that we currently have by year of the year make of the vehicle. So we no longer have any 1999 vehicles. I'm happy about that, because the parts are definitely scarce in order to repair and maintain the vehicles. And even as you can see, even though we no longer have any vehicles less than 2,000, but if you notice, the numbers are smaller for 2,000 because we are in year 2025. So that means that those vehicles are actually 25 years old as well, right? So the vehicles that we have are closer to 2004, 2006, 2007. Of course, the zeros that you see there are, as you can see in the next slide that we provide, that those were gaps in years where we didn't buy buses, where we don't have vehicles that were manufactured during those years. But you can see 2021, you have 5, 2023, you have 5, 2024, you have 5, 2018, you have 8. That's when we started increasing the amount of buses that we purchased, and then accessing the older buses by replenishing and replacing them.
Just to ask a question, because I if I remember correctly, there's always a little bit of so let's say 2025. I know it has 2 in here. That's potential if we decide to buy 2 buses. Is that correct?
No.
But is that older? Is that buses that we already previously were approved, but will be 2025 model?
Yes,
because of how long it takes?
when there was a delay in all of the parts being shipped about during the pandemic, where there was a delay in the vehicles that we ordered. So it
Right.
took us about a year and a half before we received them. So the year of the vehicle is 2025, but that's not when we purchased
Right,
it.
correct.
We purchased it 23-24 school year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It becomes very confusing because then we're tracking things and it looks like we bought them in this year and we didn't, even though we didn't buy any buses last year.
Right. This particular line graph shows the actual bus purchase history. So, like I said, the gaps where you see 2005, 2009, 2014 were the gap in the years where we did not purchase vehicles. And then 2024 is not listed because we did not purchase a vehicle last year. But you know, we do anticipate, of course, purchasing vehicles and replenishing them so that we do not have an excessive amount of downtime on the vehicles, corrosion, rotting, you know, things of that nature due to the usage of the buses, that you want to make sure that we upkeep our replenishment plan of about anywhere to 12 to 15 years for a bus. So my favorite part of the presentation are points of pride, because we bleed yellow over here. So, you know, with a staff that's dedicated to the community of transporting the kids, and it's always all hands on deck. You know, we are one of the largest in-house school district transportation departments in Nassau County. I definitely take pride in that. Other school districts admire Levittown. I hear that when I go to my transportation meetings for Nassau County. They always, and I just recently in a meeting that me and Superintendent Winch and the central administration had, that, you know, one great thing about Levittown is our open-mindedness to be innovative, right, with how to provide efficiency with the services that are offered. And it becomes difficult to ask other districts, hey, what are you doing? Because we always set the mark. So everybody's always calling me saying, hey, Dawana, have you experienced this? Yes. Have you experienced that? Yes. Do you have that? Yes. But it's like, okay, when I want to do it, no, we don't have that. No, we don't have that. But let me know how that goes. So it becomes that type of conversation with unanimously within even the districts that have their own transportation fleet. So operating transportation with significant nationwide driver shortages, as we mentioned before, and slight increases have been attained in regards to additional drivers. But with all of that being said, our DOT inspection rate is still over 95%, which we take pride in that, in maintaining our buses. I laugh because when we hire bus drivers that come from private industry, they're like, wow, these buses run great. So it's definitely a difference for them when they come over to Levittown Public Schools. Of course, additional shuttles that we added for the middle school late buses. Last year, we had just the 4 o'clock. This year, we did the 4 o'clock and the 4:45 buses. So, I mean, the numbers are not as what we anticipated, but nevertheless, we are providing the services that we accepted from the residents of the community.
Just to jump in there for a minute, I think Mrs. Adrian had requested last meeting the ridership numbers, which I had sent out in last week's weekly report. So thank you, Ms. Reeves, for collecting that information. As if you had a chance to look at them, you know, they kind of range in from like 3 or 4 on average to, in some instances, like 8 or 9. Being that this is the first full year that we're implementing the buses again, my recommendation is that we just let it ride for now. And then once, you know, we kind of have the numbers from the full year, then next year we will kind of revert back to when buses don't read the ridership they're supposed to, we don't continue them. We did send out the warning letters to the families about the ridership.
Yes.
Just because that is our process, but I don't know that it's really fair to, you know, when we're trying to increase ridership on the routes, to just immediately cancel them. So we'll keep providing you with the updated information so that you have it. And as for now, we'll keep providing them and see if it grows. It's interesting on looking at the numbers on which ones all have a lot of ridership and which ones have almost none. Like it's just fascinating. I don't know why it's fascinating to me, but I do find it interesting trying to figure out why. But I guess this will be an interesting next batch because it's colder out, and obviously with the additional sports in the winter, it'll be interesting to see if more ridership occurs on those late buses.
Right. That's another point of pride. When Levittown provides the late buses, we have more ability to oversee the transportation. When I first started in Levittown, we had a contractor do some of the late buses, and it's not the same. It's not to talk down about anybody, but it is definitely not the same level of service. I can contact my driver at any time and ask them a question. I can radio them. I can check their GPS. And, even though we are moving in the times of GPSs and things of that nature, to be a middleman for a service for your students is a very hard position to be in, because the parents say one thing, the students say one thing, and the contractor says another, and here you are in the middle trying to navigate to try to find out where the lack of communication came, where the misconstruing of information came. So it's a very difficult thing when you're relying on an outside service. So, I definitely take pride in the fact that my staff does provide the transportation. Next slide here. We converted part-time positions to full-time positions to allow for greater transportation flexibility. Of course, continue training for staff and students, including the Department of Transportation safety regulations, state ed, school bus safety requirements, training for drivers and attendants on addressing student behavior provided in conjunction with human resources and special education departments. I think that was definitely a very informative training that Jackie had put together. It gave the drivers and attendants to express, their challenges in transporting the students that have special needs, and it gave the district the ability to provide them with the tools and strategies and how to deal with students in distress, how to deal with elevated, situations and circumstances. So it was definitely beneficial.
And it was a great example of collaboration because that was really between Mrs. Reeves, the central office team, as well as the CSEA, where we all came together to share about some struggles that folks were having, and then how to brainstorm ways of addressing it. And then I want to say it was only a week before Superintendent's Conference Day, and then Ms. Gadis worked with Ms. Wong over in the special ed department to arrange for that training next week. Was pretty impressive. So thank you to you for facilitating that.
Yeah, it was really good. Very informative for all parties that attended. We still have, of course, the Stop the Bleed kits on the buses in case of an emergency, where staff members will be able to assist students when they have a medical emergency. Continued implementation of internal audit recommendations. Of course, continued utilization of Parent Square messages to inform parents of changes in transportation. That continues to be beneficial for parents when there is a delay in transportation, whether it's due to a breakdown, whether it's due to a substitute driver. Of course, that takes a little bit longer, than a regular driver that knows the route, and parents can decide according to their livelihood how they're going to navigate their transportation, because sometimes that 5 minutes matters when you need to catch a train, right? And if that bus is going to be late more than 5 minutes, I'd rather just drop my child off at school, so therefore I don't have to worry. So the Parent Square messages for transportation are definitely still continue to be informative. What's not on here, and I apologize, Superintendent Winch, because I did forget that we started the implementation of the upgrade of the transportation software this year. So we went live in July, and the transportation software we updated. So that has been definitely instrumental and helpful in our routing process for our students. And all staff have been trained and have been utilizing the services to assist. You can multitask where we didn't have that before. You open one thing, you had to use the one thing, you had to close it out and open up another thing. Now we can have 4 different things, 5 different things open. Before we can only open route. If you open up a morning route for Lee Road School, you can only see just the morning. Now we can see morning, afternoon. I can look at the comparison between Lee Road and Salk and MacArthur all together. So it gives us better routing capabilities. So that has been wonderful during this portion of the school year. We initiated the upgrade on the internal cameras. Excuse me, for our school buses. So right now, the internal cameras we have 3 cameras on the buses, and what was going outdated was the DVR, the hard drive. We had some crashes with the hard drives because we originally purchased those camera systems back in 2017. So, with the upgrades and technology and things of that nature, and how we utilize the service, we were getting some glitches and some crashes and things of that nature. So we started the upgrade of that. But what we added to the upgrade was an additional camera. It was part of the package. So we decided to put the camera in the front of the vehicles that show the street view. And it is definitely instrumental. Just this morning, I had a situation. Well, I didn't personally have a situation. There was a situation over by Gardner's Avenue School where a car tried to squeeze between the school bus and a parked car of a parent that was dropping off their child, tore the bumper right off and kept on going. But we caught the license plate. Because we were bystanders, right? It didn't affect the bus, but we were able to at least help the parent to be able to rectify the situation by providing with the license plate number, because he was on the video running towards his car like, hey! And it was, it's a very helpful scenario, especially when I do get calls and saying, oh, your bus cut me off, or oh, your bus was doing this, I can be able to see it. So we do have a clip of what the footage looks like. Let's see if we can play this. There we go. No, not this morning. I don't want to traumatize you. I don't want to traumatize you guys. So this was actually yesterday morning. This is MacArthur. So that's why it still looks a little dark, because they're still transporting for MacArthur. But it is a very clear view of the roadways, of the traffic and things of that nature. So it's definitely a plus. Yes. So
Are these cameras the same ones with Nassau County, right?
No.
Okay,
no, these are our cameras. These are ours.
the stop arm. Am I mistaken? Didn't they also put cameras inside?
Do you want to talk about can you share with the board what the stop arm camera provided in regards to cameras?
Okay. So when we first agreed to sign the agreement for the stop arm cameras, it was for the external cameras for the violations of passing the school bus, but as a plus, they said, we'll give you the internal cameras at no additional cost. So we thought, it doesn't hurt. Even though we had our own internal cameras, it didn't hurt. But we didn't want to remove our cameras because we didn't know what to expect with the functionality. We were not, involved in the bidding process, so we didn't know what the specifications entailed. We didn't know the functionality of them, so we didn't remove our cameras. And based upon how we utilize our cameras, those internal cameras would never work for Levittown. There is an override system that they have on their cameras, and I understand it from a corporate standpoint that stop arm camera company is how they're housing and archiving video footage from every district or every contractor that you have on. So it needs to have an override. They can't really archive and maintain it. I can pull up video footage from 3 years ago. Because it's just our server. It's just our information. So I get that. But, if a situation happened 3 days ago, I don't have access to that. They'll say, oh, we overrode that. We can't pull it for you. I have the ability with our cameras in order to do that. But also, too, what what was instrumental in the Stop Armed Camera program that did affect Levittown. There was a situation where a middle school student was unloading at dismissal time. And the driver noticed, number one, that the driver blew the stop sign. That was the first indication to the driver, like, hey, what is this car doing, type of thing. And the driver, once the students got off the bus, when the driver closed the doors and drove away, he noticed that the car started to slow down, meaning that the driver in that car started to talk to the middle school girls. The child felt very uncomfortable. The driver did report it back to me. When the driver got back to the yard, the child was able to go to a neighbor's house and call the parent. We don't have access to those outside cameras, but the parent was able to go to the police and subpoena it so that we were able to provide it. And being that those stop arms were out, they got the license plate and the individual was arrested. So we were instrumental in helping with that. If we didn't have that, that parent would have no way, because of course, due to a middle school child, the child wasn't looking at a license plate to say, okay, this car and what color it was and what make and model and things of that nature. So, for Amber Alert situations, if a child is missing, you can always, as long as there's buses out on those roads dropping and picking up students, it will always scan the license plates of the vehicles that are around it, that are passing by it. And that video footage can always, even if it's an adult, because nowadays it's like adult missing in a Honda Camry and things of that nature, we can always be assisting. So it is, I feel that it is beneficial for the Stop Armed Camera program. I know that there's a lot of caveats that, districts are looking into as far as the Stop Armed Camera program and things of that nature. But, for the safety of kids, and if it's not costing the district additional money, it's worth it for the safety, in my opinion.
Thank you.
So we are at our planned initiatives. So as always, we continue recruitment of drivers and attendants to the district. We provide, of course, in-house training. We have a driver that has finished the training and is waiting for a road test. So hopefully when this individual passes the road test, then we will bring that individual on board to our staff.
Would that be 43?
Huh?
Would that then be 43 drivers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, slowly but surely, and hopefully nobody will leave before they come. It's like,
that means someone's leaving soon.
that seesaw effect is killing me. But nevertheless, we do get a lot of inquiries, believe it or not. But, I don't think people realize the extent of the training that it takes to become a school bus driver. It's just, from the outside looking in, it's just like, oh, I could do that. Yeah, not so much. So when I say, okay, you have to obtain your permit, you got to take the test, and they're like, you know what, I failed that test twice, I'm not taking that test no more. It is a very entailed process. So we do get a lot of inquiries, but, sometimes they feel like, they don't think that it's right for them. So, we still are trucking along and trying to get as many people as we can to become school bus drivers with Levittown Public Schools. I would prefer to train them from scratch as opposed to getting a person who has a CDL license, because they come with bad habits. And they come with contractor mentality, and it takes a while to try to wash the brain out and reset it. That hard reboot on your cell phone. It's like that type of thing. This is the way we do things in Levittown. I know this may be different for you, but this is the way we do things. So it does take a lot of retraining of the mind of how to transport the students of Levittown Public Schools. So when we train them from scratch, they know exactly what is expected of them. So that's definitely a plus as well. Yes.
How do we do the recruitment? How active are you recruiting?
The signs are still available to say that, we're offering training for anyone who's looking for employee. I think we use Indeed, right, Jackie? We use Indeed.
Yeah, we recruit, we use our website, Recruit Front, Indeed. We do parent square messages to the community as well.
We've done radio ads, we've done
radio,
print
yes.
ads, we've done print ads and different, like, we definitely have
and
done.
we've reached out to the fire departments, because there's a lot of retired.
We have, and we've done the job fair. We're hoping to do another run. And so those are
We
the
do
things
usually
we've
pretty
done.
do well with the job fairs.
We did
right?
very well
Yeah.
with the job
did?
fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
How
we
about the
did.
chief? Did you check into the chief newspaper? That's the civil service newspaper.
I have not.
You did ask that, you mentioned that to us last
Yeah.
year. I had shared it with Debbie Rifkin. I don't know whether we did or not.
I never, I mean, I get it. I
yeah.
never saw Levittown
I thought it was in
advertised.
April of 24.
2 years ago.
I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm
you're
just
kidding
I was
around.
going to see if I could swing that one.
I
but-
could look into that.
Yeah, look into
Absolutely.
see. I don't know if
It's a
you could
big
get
civil
Sun.
service paper, so, guys that retire from
that is a
sanitation,
great
fire
idea.
department, and a lot
Yeah, we
of-
have a couple of them. We do have a couple. We have one retired sanitation that's a bus attendant, and we have two that are retired sanitation workers. So we do have them, and they do inquire. But
I recruit when I'm out there. I ask people all the time.
I know. They said, like, Pee Wee Herman's Playboy, tell them Large Marge sent you. They said, yeah, tell them Jimmy Moran sent you.
That's right. That's right.
They definitely say, Jimmy Moran sent me. I said, okay, no problem. So they definitely are representing and things of that nature. Implementation of required supervision on buses through an agency for bus attendants and certified nurse assistants when our own employees are unavailable. Despite the driver shortages, we have had a high increase of shortages for bus attendants. Our status, well, not status, but our goal is 35, and right now we have 19. That is a huge depletion to the department. Whether they chose to move on to Better Pastures by transferring to other schools in Levittown Public Schools, or whether, they chose to retire or resign for other opportunities, we are definitely at a loss. And we do utilize our bus attendants for students that require supervision, such as students with IEPs, 504 plans, and things of that nature. So it's definitely very important that we have supervision on our buses because we're mandated to have that. So hopefully the partnership and agreement with this agency can provide us with those temporary services until we were able to permanently hire staff to bring us back to our normal staff headcount. Continued discussions regarding bus electrification and bus purchases. That's an ongoing thing. It is what it is. Yes?
I told Miss Reeves, she had a whole slide. I had her take it out. I said, take out the slide.
It definitely is. It is what it is, and we'll definitely leave it at that. But I just will say that whatever decision that Levittown is going to make, just realize that the price of yesterday's price is not today's price. That's the best way I can put it, right? So if we're going to purchase the vehicle, just realize that whenever you purchase it, yesterday's price is not today's price. So if the prices do increase where you started out with $400,000, it definitely will increase.
And at the superintendent's meeting today, they did say that the price of diesel buses and gas buses are going down, and the price of
Yes.
electric buses are going up. And
So-
when they surveyed the folks in the room, and this was Nassau and Suffolk, only 2 districts raised their hands that they had any electric buses. One was Franklin Square. I don't know what the other one was, but maybe that was the other district. I don't know. But yeah, but
Yeah,
they
so-
did say that in the governor's proposal, there was no changes to the zero emission bus proposal, other than I think you're going to get aid back faster, right? They were
Right. So instead of it being 10 to 12 years, I think they said like 8 years.
yeah, before you have to junk it.
Right. Before you have to replace it. 100%. Well, that's really what it is. But Levittown will use the bus to transport the kids to school and from school. We will not use it for any extracurricular activities. We will not set it on any athletics or anything like that. So therefore, it'll be just used internally, so we don't have to worry about that. But, we don't have any control over the OGS pricing when it increases, and it will increase by $20,000 to $25,000, I want to say every maybe 5 months, 6 months or so.
And just not to belabor, because I took the slide out, that the superintendent's organization is advocating for changes to the zero emission program that extends the timeline and that makes that it's not 100%. Because like Ms. Reeves saying, like you really want to be able to still have some non-electric buses in your fleet for various things. And similar to, I don't know if you remember back in the old No Child Left Behind days, that when that first came out, the goal was by 2014, I think, that all 100% of students will be proficient on ELA and math, remember? And everybody was, what? And it worked, yeah, right? It clearly worked because they dismantled that whole thing. And so 100% of anything never works, and so there has to be exclusions and exemptions, and they will work on those things. So hopefully we'll see some movement in that during this budget process, because that's, I believe, when the first zero emission kind of law came out was during the budget process up at Albany. So hopefully we'll see some changes this year. Sorry, that's it on that. And and that's all I have to say about that.
So as Superintendent Wynch started out with the budget for transportation, you do see some high increases that we haven't had before due to contracted routes utilized when we cannot cover routes. And that's mainly the ones that are out of district or that are further away or have minimal students attendance. You have 3 kids going to this private school, we have 4 kids going to this private school. We cannot maximize the routes in transporting that amount of students, so we do give them to the contractors. So of course it is the increased vendor costs. Vendor costs are going up ever since the pandemic. The vendors are trying to make sure that if another epidemic or pandemic happens, that their costs are covered, because legally we could not pay for services that we did not utilize, and they're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again to them. So therefore, a cost per pupil that used to be $1,500 is now $3,500. Where it used to be only $1,700 for a bus attendant, now it's like $3,900 for a bus attendant. So all of these things are increasing, and the CPI, the recoverage CPI that went up that year for 6.2%, that was about I want to say 3 years ago. I haven't seen a CPI over 3% in 20 years. So, they're definitely trying to recover the losses that we endured during the pandemic. So, of course, you're seeing these increases here. We talked previously about the contractual transportations with BOCES with the 30% increase. And, of course, the bus drivers that were added in the placeholders for the full-time bus drivers. So this is where, you see the change in the comparison from this current school year of 24-25 to the proposed budget of 25-26.
Question. What do we pay a full-time bus driver per year? Do they have a yearly salary?
Yes, they do. Jackie?
Kind of curious, because it's so hard to recruit them. I was wondering, what's the salary average for a full-time bus driver?
We can get you that information. We've tried even previously, I want to say now, I don't know, what is it, like 5-6 years ago, where we, specifically for bus drivers, modified the CSEA contract where we eliminated the bottom 5 steps.
Right.
We included signing bonuses.
Yes.
We have, that particular group has gotten more of an increase in the CSEA contract every year because they are on the lower end in regards to, especially when we first started, but they still can, I think, continue to be, we have a very, very good benefits package. Mm-hmm. So if you need benefits as a bus driver, and this is for anybody listening at home, this is the place to come. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, my wife wouldn't, I don't think she would want to drive the bus. But in many instances, it's a second career for people, and they don't necessarily need benefits. And in many of those instances, the pay without benefits is better in private companies. And it's really trying to figure out a way of how do we do that as well. But they're having issues as well getting drivers. Like, I will say that this is probably and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Reeves, this is the best year that we've had with our contracted routes since before COVID.
Yes.
It was a nightmare for years because they had their shortages, and they would call Mrs. Reeves at 6 o'clock in the morning and say, hey, you know that route that we usually take kids to this other school? Yeah, we're not doing it today. And then Miss Reeves would have to try and scramble to find someone to cover the route, which she almost always did, which is incredible. It would only be when they sometimes wouldn't call her and still not provide the coverage for the route. That we wouldn't be able to do it. So I don't know. Obviously, those private companies have raised their rates in regards to getting drivers. So I think they're doing a better job. I think they're a little bit more whole, I guess, maybe than we are. We are a better place to work for, I think, than any place. And so I think we have that going for us. I think it's about tweaking when we work with CSCA on the next contract about, like, are there ways to even do a little bit better than what we're doing? Because before COVID, what were our driver numbers?
Previous to COVID, when I first came here, it was 65, 67 drivers.
And we have 42. So, I mean, honestly, it's amazing what Mrs. Reeves has been doing because you probably remember all the times that we were making calls. We were doubling up routes all the time on our own because we had people, if anybody was sick, we had no coverage because we had absolutely no subs. Literally, I think last time I said...
Dispatchers out covering routes. I was in there dispatching.
Yeah.
We were all hands on deck.
Yeah,
It was
correct.
It was all
couldn't
hands on
provide
deck.
any late buses at all. Like literally, and I think I said this in your last budget presentation, really, turning water into wine over in transportation. Mrs. Reeves has done a great job at that. And so we continue, but it's a very slow crawl towards normalcy.
Yeah, I think some of the school districts that have their own bus fleet, to try to maximize the bus drivers, not only do they hire them as full-time, but they have them do custodial work. A majority of people are not looking to take out garbage in between routes and drive a school bus. So that's their way. Like, I know Jericho does that. I know Roslyn does that they are a mail carrier in between and also doing custodial work or being a bus driver and things of that nature to try to give them that full-time status. Also, paying or contributing more to health benefits than what they would contribute here. Yeah, the private companies may offer health benefits, but their contributions are a whole heck of a lot higher. So what's the purpose of making more money if it's going to go to your health benefits anyway? Type of thing. And as Superintendent Wynn said, they'll put the $28, $29 per hour in big letters, and in fine print it says without benefits. Right? So you can make money, but you're not going to have any health benefits. And now what I noticed back before with transportation, as Superintendent Wynn said, this is their second career. They already have their pensions, they already have their retirement. So, this is little play money for them. But now in the 21st century, this is their livelihood. So they're looking for insurance for their kids and for their spouses and things of that nature, where their family is taken care of and that they know that they're walking away with a pension, that when they retire, that they don't have to retire to work another job. Right, that's really the purpose of retirement, is not to have to work a second job when you retire. So where are we? So this is,
Can I ask
of
a
course.
question? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Before you get to the slide, can we go back to the? No, you're fine. I have a question. I have 3 questions. Okay. The first one is about, for bus drivers, added placeholders for full-time bus drivers. So you're anticipating hiring enough bus drivers where that would be their salaries? Is that
Yes.
what that cost is?
Yes.
Because on the budget, it has the cost for the 24-25 budget was $1,000,005, and the proposed budget is $1,663 in the budget, like on the spreadsheet. From this, okay.
Correct, yeah. I haven't yet sent the board the first kind of update to the budget where we usually do like the 15%, 15,000. Because when we did the facility, it should come this Friday with transportation. So when we did facilities, if you remember, there were only 3 codes that were up. The rest were all flat. One was for the set aside for possible security enhancements, and then the other 2 was for the testing. I didn't send you a 15%, 15,000 because all the other codes are flat. So this will be the first time you get that. There are changes already, like when Mr. Fabiano showed us his second draft, there was already reductions made and since the last time. So is this an updated? No, right? They haven't. No. So the one you have in there, the numbers aren't going to match exactly, correct, to what's in here. We did have more placeholders in there originally that we then took out because what we were talking about was that we can't increase the contractual line hundreds of thousands of dollars and at the same time have placeholders for like 15 bus drivers, right? Because it's sort of like you're double budgeting, right? Because you are probably not going to get 15 bus drivers in a year. And so you are probably going to spend the money in the contracted routes. So it makes more sense to put the money in the contracted routes and have fewer placeholders in hopes that you may hire 5 people. But have we hired 5 additional drivers in any year yet? No. Right? So that's still a pipe dream, but it's a lower pipe dream than what it was. But putting more of the money into contractual because that's the reality. And if we hire 10 drivers, then we'll transfer money out of contractual routes into the driver line.
Okay, thank you. And then the question about the contractual routes. It says utilize when we cannot cover routes. So I guess my question first is, you have a certain amount of routes for this year, right? You know how many you had. It was 164, let's say. Are you anticipating more routes in general? Like, what is it like based on, I guess? Like an average? Like you're predicting that you're going to need a lot of routes covered, it looks like. I mean, I'm assuming.
No.
Like, I understand it's 30% increase for BOCES transportation.
So but let me just make, Mr. Fabiano, could you just talk a little bit about the transferring that we've been doing into the contracted line, right? Because you may remember we did massive transfers last year. And so it wasn't in last year's budget that we developed for this year, right? So can you talk a little about that?
Yeah, so, we talked about we're going to have to absorb a 30% increase in the BOCES contract transportation line, probably as well as the outside contractors as well. But you look at that, and that's closer to a 70% increase. It's only because the base is a little bit lower. And what we're really looking at now, we're actually projected to spend about, I think it's about 135 this year. So what we're looking at in terms of the 30% increase, it's going to be what we're actually spending now, not what we budgeted, which was again too low for this year. So it looks like the increase is much larger than what we're professing it to be at 30%. Did that answer the question?
To some extent. If you see even on tonight's special meeting, there are 2 transfers, right, that are for contractual buses. So we're already increasing the amount of money this year. So like in this current year's budget, there's not enough money for contracted routes to cover what we're anticipated spending because of the increases. So that means that like in next year's budget, we have to increase it by the amount we're increasing this current year's budget and next year's expected increase of 30%. So like Mr. Fabiano said, it's almost like a double increase because we don't have enough money in there right now for this year. Not that we have enough money, but we have to transfer, right? So it's not in those codes. So in next year's budget, we have to increase the base to cover the extra costs for this year and then the anticipated additional 30% increase next year.
Yeah. One thing I will add to that, and it certainly doesn't offset all these increases that we're seeing here, but in addition to the increase in foundation aid that I talked about, which is a little over 9%, we are also experiencing increases in some of the expense-based aid. So outside what the state gives us on a kind of a per pupil basis, they also reimburse us for certain expenses, such as transportation. The way expense-based aids work is they're on a year lag. You spend those monies, you submit that data to the state, and they predicate the following year's budget. In transportation, we're up about $800,000 in transportation aid this year. So while the next slide shows our increase, we're going to increase appropriations by $2 million, we do have a partner in that, albeit on a one-year lag. So as we increase, as these costs are going up, so long as the state doesn't change the expense aid formulas, we will continue to get additional aid on these monies. So it's not the only bright spot in all of this is we don't have to absorb all these increases ourselves. The state is keeping up with the state aid on some of these transportation expenses.
So if you had to ballpark it, Mr. Fabiano, considering the additional aid that we'll get in the following year, right, and saying that these are up $2 million, what would you really say would be the net cost to us in regards to these additional transportation costs?
Well, we're at, I mean, just to keep it relatively simple, we get about 50% in transportation aid. So that $2 million, we have to increase appropriations. Our revenues are increasing by 800, which was the expenses for the prior year. So while we're developing a 25-26 budget, if we do in fact spend $2 million more in 26-27, you'll see about $1 million increase in transportation aid. Again, so long as they don't tweak the formulas. And so far this year, the governor's proposal, one of the summary points was that there were no changes in the expense-based aids or the expense-based formulas.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation. I just, as a board member, seeing a 32% increase is jarring. So like, I understand how like maybe there was a deficit this year. So that's part of why the numbers are so large, but like just visually looking at it, like we want to be fiscally responsible. So it's not a personal thing. I want you to understand, like, it's just like, wow, that's a lot. That's pretty high. So just like,
Jarring?
it is. It's a bit jarring. Like 32%. So I appreciate the explanation because I'm not I'm not mathing at all tonight either. So I teach elementary school for a reason.
I mean, one of the new phenomenons that we've been seeing, and Dewana could probably speak to the particulars even more. We're starting to experience students, special needs students, that are exceeding $100,000 a year in transportation because they require either a monitor or a nurse, and we're getting bills now that are in excess of $10,000 a month over a 12-month period. I've never seen so many. And sometimes they're just one child on a bus.
One child on a bus.
But it's a mandated expense, and so we can't say no.
Just something else that we were talking about at our meeting was, we have had recently some additional students move in from other districts that are in out-of-district placements from their previous district.
That is correct.
That we need to continue until the
We can find
CSE
placement,
convenes
yes.
and finds another placement. And as you know from our conversations, many of these special ed programs are full, and so finding new placements during the year can be very,
It's
very
hard,
difficult.
yes.
And so in the meantime, pendency is at wherever they were previously. And so, for instance, we have a handful of students that are in schools in Eastern Suffolk BOCES, even though we're in Nassau County, because
Right.
there's no other place that currently will accept them. And that's when Ms. Reeves talks about a particular, one student on a bus. That's all that bus is doing that day, is going all the
Right.
way out for an hour and a half
Right.
each way.
Right.
Because, and I'm not being critical or anything. I'm just saying that these are the realities that lead to these tremendous increases. It is, there's a ripple effect of when we have these conversations about, let's say, the challenges that are occurring in the special education world, especially with BOCES not having enough space. We talk here about selling, particular property to BOCES for them to utilize, possibly expand, or even here renting out more space at LMEC that we have that we're able to rent to BOCES. It helps us in two ways. First of all, we obviously gain revenue, but then it also opens up space for BOCES, which helps all of Nassau County in regards to them having a greater ability to place students, because if they can't increase their space, then we have students that really are not in placements that are best for them because it's too far away. But if there's no placement to accept the student, then the student has to be educated. That's where the student goes. It then is not good for the student, not good for the family, not good for the district, not good for the taxpayer. Unfortunately, the state has not really prioritized this issue of special education placements, and it really needs to, because it's a disservice, number one, to the student, and then to the family, but to the community at large, because we want to educate our students as close to home as possible. If it's not in our district, it's near our district. But we have more and more instances where they're being educated further and further away.
Yeah, and there's no real way to anticipate or budget that, because you never know where a child is going to be placed. You never know when a child is going to move into your community from somewhere. If they're moving from the Bronx to Levittown Public Schools, they're moving from West Hampton to Levittown Public Schools. You can never anticipate when those things are going to happen that incur those costs. But you also have unforeseen situations like financial hardships where families become displaced, whether it's due to domestic violence or whether it's due to a house fire, whether it's due to eviction of a home. Those all things are unanticipated that cost the district and can be high price tags, because depending upon where they go, they're going to Brooklyn, they're going to Glen Cove, they're looking for transportation services for their children. And we're between a rock and a hard place, that how do we supply that type of service to the students so that they can have some type of normalcy in their life and maintain their education where they were, but now in this new environment. All of those come with high price tags, because to try to establish a route, especially if it's in the middle of a school year, this is not something that, we said in August, okay, this is what we need. So you're asking in January, when routes are already established, that you need a route to now go to Queens that no one anticipated of doing. So those all come with high price tags, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys explaining. I think even for the public, if there's look at this presentation online, to see that like in red, you're just seeing these numbers, but you don't understand like within that line what that actually means on the day to day.
Yes.
So like the way that it's explained does help to kind of expand that a little bit, as opposed to just like contractual routes, right? Like what does that mean? So now we have a better view as to what that looks like as a community member paying taxes.
Yes.
Kind of where is it going? So appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
think that's a good point, because a lot of times community members, since they may not be able to make this meeting, will go on and look at our presentations. I think what's as critically important to viewing the presentation is listening to the actual audio of the meeting, because like you just said, presentations in the absence of explanation can lead people to different understandings. And so really by making sure that they, the YouTubes are up there for them to listen to make sure, hey, listen, like this, I don't understand how this makes any sense. I think at least listening to the meeting, then you are more informed, and they can obviously come to a future meeting. We have lots of budget presentations where they can ask questions, or they can just email us, or they can contact Mr. Fabiano. Because obviously we want them to have the information. So if anybody is ever uncertain at home, if they're watching and listening and they're not quite sure why something is the way it is, we always encourage them to call us, and we'll even invite them in for a sit down if they would like to chat with us. So.
I think also too, being that Levittown is such a large geographical area, people who live in certain parts of Levittown don't know other parts of Levittown. I had a parent call and say, hey, I seen a bus in Wanto. Why is the bus in Wanto? I said, Wanto is part of Levittown. He said, it is? I said, yeah, that far down? Yeah, it is. We go to Seaford. We go over by Hicksville. He says, really? So sometimes it's just they don't know. They don't know. They just think that where they are is what Levittown encompasses. But we're definitely a wider range, especially when it comes down to transportation, and to try to facilitate services for all of the community in Levittown, not just a particular area per se. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. It's probably more for Mike than anything. So if Mr. Pappas is at home listening right now, I just want you to know I actually added up math, and I wrote, I totaled it, so I feel like he'd be proud. But my question is, before it's eatable and all that good stuff comes back, right, we have a pretty significant increase. I understand all the reasons why that they're necessary, and we have to do what we need to do. So, and I don't expect you to have the answer now, but the question is to where are we taking this from? Because it's coming from somewhere. Or how are we accounting for this 32% increase in this budget? So in the next meeting, if we could just have that answer. Or in the next few meetings.
No, absolutely. I mean, there will be, we will have an increase pursuant to the tax cap. We are getting additional state aid that will offset some of these costs. As we indicated right now, all programs remain intact. There have been no real cuts to the budget. As we get closer and closer, the money may have to come from another area of the budget because it doesn't look like now any of the new money any new tax money, any new state aid is going to cover all these proposed increases as they stand now. And if we can get some things out, if we can generate some efficiencies, my guess is at the end of the day, though, there may be some things, and hopefully it won't mean it may mean less choices, but we'll still have a full day of instruction and not reduce anything too significantly.
So actually, I had some of the same questions that Ms. Messina had, and so appreciate all the clarification. But I did just want to make a statement of for the largest in-house transportation department. I think I say it every year, and if I don't say it every year, I should have. You do an amazing job with everything that you have to juggle and all the things that are like the curveballs that are thrown at you at any given day. You and your staff really do take everything in stride, and you do a wonderful job. And so I appreciate everything that you do.
I think on behalf of transportation, it's definitely a team effort. I couldn't do it alone, and the reliability of my staff and the knowledge of my staff and having to have the ability to navigate those challenges and try to provide or a resolution in a time-sensitive, short amount of time when there is a breakdown and we need to get a bus and, testing is this week and it's frigid temperatures and the kids are outside and the parents are like, I want my child picked up at the house and things of that nature. We're trying to do the best that we can. And as you know, in education, with the change of the weather, this whole RSV and flu and things of that nature, and people are out sick and having to still have to cover routes and stuff, it's definitely always a challenge. But, my staff is wonderful.
I wanted to make a comment. She said exactly how I feel. So I ditto her. But you want to know something? I know you're giving kudos to your group, and that's terrific because a good supervisor does that. But they say the fish... forget it. You do, I'm not going to make a silly comment, but you really do an excellent job with your team. So yes, give them credit, but you're a good leader. It's very clear to me, at least, and I think most of us up here, because we kind of make comments. So
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Just one thing that I just wanted to change from earlier. Ms. Messina was just asking about that top code there. Those numbers in there are not 100% correct. The proposed budget, and it is correct, it's what's in here is printed, is $1,663,742. And then the $1,509,254 is the 24-25 budget. And the change is $154,488. So the change is less than what it says on there, just so you know. So we'll modify that before we post it to the website. So I just wanted to make sure, because when Ms. Messina brought it before, I explained that the answer to her question was that the budget that's in there is old, but that is actually not the case. And so that just wanted to correct that for anybody listening at home, especially since the change is actually less money.
So we end with a positive note.
There we go.
So we don't need to look at that. I don't want to jar you anymore. But we are here with the questions. So, without further ado, is there any additional questions that you have regarding tonight's presentation?
I don't have any questions, just comments, and everybody has already said it. With the nationwide shortage of drivers, chaperones, and you made the transportation department run. You do an excellent job, you and your staff. Keep up the good work. I see the trainees out there by my house in the pool. They go in the Slate Lane Pool parking lot with Vic. I see them out there. They're doing their pre-trip, check-in, and it's just nice to see it. And most of them are Levittown people.
Yes.
There's a couple of outside, not in Levittown.
Yes.
But most of our drivers they live right here
Yes.
in Levittown, which makes a big difference, especially to our kids. I can remember my dad, when he worked with Levittown, we'd go into Circle M Diner, and kids on his bus would come running up to him, Mr. Moran,
Right.
And it's just nice to have that community feel.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you do a fantastic job down there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other thing for the good of the order?
So we have no questions during the questions portion. See, we got it all out of the way.
We should just remove that slide altogether. We don't really ever do that anymore. Yes, questions.
We're not great at
No.
meeting.
No, it's just better. Thank you, Mrs. Reeves.
All right.
Thanks for being
Thank
here
you
tonight.
very
We
much.
appreciate it. What, the slide? Yeah. We did it because I couldn't stop myself.
All right, let's move on. We have, where are we? Wow, there we are. My bad. Yeah, I need a motion to adjourn the planning session. Oh, thanks. Christine, Mary Ann, second. Christina, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks, Phyllis. Meeting adjourned, right? JK. Now we're going to move to the special meeting portion of the evening. May I please have a motion to convene the January 22nd special meeting of Levittown Board of Education? James, second. Christina, all in favor? 5-0. Public be heard. We have nobody signed up, right, Vanessa? Let's move on to the agenda. Sure. First item is budget transfers. May I have a motion to accept item 3.1 on the agenda? Phyllis, can I have a second? Christina, all in favor? 5-0. Schedules. May I have a motion to accept item 3.2 on the agenda? Phyllis, thank you. Second. Christina, all in favor? 5-0. And now to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to accept item 4.2 and 4.3 on the consent agenda? Is that correct?
Yes, that is 4.1 is the motion to accept them, so it really is just items 4.2 and 4.3.
Thank you. Marion, a second. James, all in favor? 5-0. May I now have a motion to adjourn the special meeting session? Wow, Phyllis, thank you. Second, Marianne, all in favor? 5-0. 9:30, meeting adjourned.